Hello, hello. We should be live. Let's see if I am. Indeed, I am. Hello, everyone. By everyone, of course, I mean nobody because I just went live, so nobody's here yet. But if you're watching this later, hello to you. Let me get a couple things going here. And I should probably have arranged things on my monitor how I wanted before I went live, but that's okay. Okay, so today, in fact, let's go to a web browser, which I haven't opened yet. There's a Linux distribution called T2 Software Development Environment Linux. That's kind of funny that Wikipedia and DistroWatch and GitHub come up before their actual web page. There we go. Yes, so this T2 Linux distribution, primarily, I think, currently developed and maintained by one guy in Germany, Rene. Although there are other people involved, and I don't know if he actually started it or he may have taken over primary development of it some time ago. In any case, it's a pretty niche distribution in that nobody's heard of it. But the interesting thing about it is that it's fully source based. So kind of like Gentoo, to install a package, you have to sit there and wait for it to compile. Niche is polite. Hey, Last Miles. Hey, Dennis. How's it going? But the reason it's most interesting to me is because Renee is very focused on maintaining support and current versions of software for essentially every architecture Linux has ever supported. And theoretically, and that's theoretically with a very capital T in theoretical, from an installation on one architecture, you're able to cross compile the entire system for any of the other architectures. So Dennis says, had a long 24 hours and that the S7 is fully redone with the disks in the correct place. Yeah, I actually had your stream on in the background while I was still in bed this morning, Dennis. So I saw you got it set up again. And because it was my phone, I couldn't actually see like what those compile errors were and stuff. But definitely odd that, yeah, that code you have should just work everywhere. So those weird syntax errors definitely point to some oddities going on there. Hey, Goldie, how's it going? In any case, I first heard about T2 because, and actually, something's bugging me here. This browser, yeah, doesn't know that I want dark mode. There we go. Okay. After the Linux kernel announced that they were removing Itanium support, the developer of the T2 Linux project said, well, hey, that's silly. There's still usable hardware out there. Why can't we keep running Linux on it? And Itanium was one of the architectures that T2 already supported. And so he actually maintains essentially keeping the Itanium support back in current Linux kernels and still releases an Itanium build, which is pretty cool. The other thing is, of course, now on the SPARC S7 server that a few of us have, we want to do what we can to keep all the various Linux distros that support it working well on it. So I tried installing this T2 Linux version 25.10, actually just released a few days ago. So I grabbed the SPARC 64 install ISO, and in fact, I'll show you in a bit here. It has, there's some bug or incompatibility in the Sun VDC driver, which is the driver for the LDOM virtual disks on SPARC hardware. and you can't even format an ext4 file system, for example. You just get IO errors and it errors out. Now, that didn't happen on Debian or Gentoo, which we've already successfully installed in logical domains on the server. So the fact that it's happening here points to some difference in the kernel, and we should be able to build our own kernel that works correctly, or doesn't have the disk IO problems, at least, on this same hardware. Of course, to do that, we have to be able to rebuild the install CD, because I don't have an installed working T2 system on which I can just rebuild kernels and test, because I can't even install the thing, because I can't even format the disk using the kernel version that's on the install CD. So that brings us to, let me connect to this. So this is T2 installed in a Intel x86-64 VM. And so from this working T2 install, you should theoretically be able to cross-compile and build a new install CD for SPARC. Now, if you just read the documentation, you're going to fail, because there are some important details that are not well documented. But some of the folks that work on this project have been helping me out. And after much hair pulling and not fully understanding how this whole build system works and what's supposed to work and what's not, I have been able to successfully make a configuration that successfully cross-compiles the entire base package set for SPARC 64 from this x86 install. And so now that I kind of see how the system's working, I'm not, well, I'm a little less frustrated with it than I was just when I went in blind trying to make this stuff work. But I still hit frequent problems, and it's still very much, I guess you could say, not ready for prime time. Hey, Slendy Dev, how are you? Welcome in, and and thank you for following. Oh, in fact, that reminds me. Sorry, I need to go over here for a second and send off a message, and then I will be right back with all of you. Okay, that takes care of that. So I can now produce install ISOs for T2 Linux for SPARC 64, and theoretically, if I change the kernel build, it took you too long to follow. Well, hey, better late than never, right? Welcome in. I can start testing the ability to format a file system with different kernels. So as a baseline, I have this whole base package set installer built. And let me label these tmux sessions here so we don't get lost. So let's see, this one is still Control B. So this is T2, we'll call this T2 x86. And if I go over to my, let's see, if I connect to my S7 machine, so this is the Solaris primary domain on the SPARC S7 machine. Hey, Ryan. See, I told you this time. Welcome in. Let's do this. Okay, so I've set up an S7-2 domain here. And yeah, Ryan, we missed you the last couple streams. Got to get those notifications on, right? Because Twitch live notifications are totally worth interrupting real life for. So someone who has no Twitch notifications, or really any interrupting notifications of any kind on my phone, except for a couple special people. One thing you'll note here with these domains, so my last Twitch stream, we set up a couple of Linux distros in logical domains on this hardware. But one of the things you can see here is that of all of the domains I have defined, this number of vCPUs actually adds up to more CPU capacity than this hardware has. But that's fine, because until you bind a domain to the machine, it doesn't try to allocate any of the resources. So this is nice because you can have a lot of domains, more than you can run at one time. And then you can just bind and unbind them to the machine and switch between them. So you don't have to, remove a domain or reduce the number of CPUs in a domain if you want to test something else really quick. You can just kind of have your active set how you want them, if that makes sense. So in any case, let's, I think it's show bindings S7-2. Nope, is it list bindings? Yes. So you can see here on our S7-2 domain, so this is T2 Linux on my S7 server. I'm very creative with my naming schemes. You can see that I have, obviously it's disk, and then the CD-ROM is our T2 SDE ISO. So if I LDM, and I think it's show services. Nope, same mistake. List services. We can see my T2 SDE ISO. I've already copied over that built t2.mrw.spark64.001.iso. So if I start the S7T2 domain, so let's bind it first. So LDM bind S7T2. Now you can see that this domain is actually assigned to this server, S7. It is now actually using... Speaking of T2 SDE, welcome in. Yeah, so great to have you here. Thanks for the raid. I am, as you probably saw in the title, trying to debug that SPARC kernel problem. So I've built my own ISO, and I'm just going to demonstrate here the problem with the Sun VDC driver, and then I'm going to start trying to mess with the kernel package in SDE and build it and see what happens. So, like I said at the beginning of this video, T2 SDE is the Linux distro we're using. That is Renee's stream. He says, "Have fun. I have to go read kid bedtime storybooks." Excellent. That is probably more rewarding than trying to figure out what's wrong with the Linux kernel. So have fun with that. Thanks so much for the raid. And yeah, trying to raise awareness here of the T2 Linux project. So what is SPARC? SPARC is the CPU architecture that Sun Microsystems traditionally used for their workstations and servers. So owned by Oracle now, unfortunately. But it was one of the big RISC architectures that has... it's probably premature to say faded into obscurity. You can actually, I think, still buy some boxes from Oracle, and maybe for a short time to come from Fujitsu. But it's one of the, the classic workstation and Unix server processor architectures. So this particular server is a SPARC S7-2. So it has two 8-core SPARC S7 processors. Each core has 8 threads, so basically 128 hyperthreads if you're using the sort of Intel AMD terminology. And it is one of the architectures that Linux supports, and T2 Linux, of course, supports it as well. So the problem we have here is if I start my T2 domain here, so let's LDM start S7T2, and then as soon as it starts, we can telnet to its console port here. And if I boot CD-ROM, we'll get into the T2 live environment that you install from, which is all working here. And now if I can do an ls block. So I already have a 120 gig partition here. So if I try and do a makefs.ext4 dev vdisk a3, it'll think about it for a second. And then it all falls apart, right? So Sun VDC, again, this is the kernel module for the disks in the system. You get these failures. So whatever LDC map SG is, whatever error -12 is, Interestingly, we actually get some udev errors here. I don't know what those are about. But then, yeah, input output error while writing out and closing file system. So clearly something's wrong here. This is kernel 6.16.9, which is approximately the same kernel version, or it actually may be. I have to think about it. I think it's about the kernel version that my current Debian ports and Gen2 install CDs used, which didn't have these kinds of problems. So there's something about either a kernel patch that is specific to T2 or the kernel config. There could be some setting that for some reason causes this behavior. There is a known little patch commit in the Linux kernel that guys who know what they're talking about says needs to be undone because it was causing some IO corruption in the Sun VDC driver. I'm not sure if this is the exact problem they were having, but Renee has already created a new SPARC install ISO that had that particular change to the kernel reverted. And I tested it out and I was still getting the same problems. So it sounds like it's probably something more than just that particular patch. Yeah, all right, Ryan, have a good time at the store. We'll see you later. Let's see. UDEV rule errors can be ignored. We have been silencing them in the last week. Okay. Yeah, I figured this was somewhat unrelated or a non-concerning side effect of what was going on here. But obviously, at the end of the day, this is a legitimate error that we need to worry about. So I'm glad there's some folks here who know something about T2 because I have no idea what I'm doing. I just got through my first successful cross-compile creation of an install ISO after some folks in the Discord helped me out, which I really appreciate because I never would have gotten here on my own. But my assumption is I can just start going into wherever the kernel package lives. I don't even know. Is there just a directory called Linux? Oh yeah, there it is right in front of me. Linux. So I should be able to start messing around here, rebuild it, make a new ISO, and then I'll have an ISO to test with my new kernel. Are you emulating from running the SPARC environment? Nope. This is a real SPARC S7-2 server. I like keeping around some SPARC hardware. I also have my previously newest SPARC server was a T4. I think that's a T4-1. That was on a single CPU. And then in terms of the more classic SPARC hardware, I have an old E420R. So that's a quad UltraSPARC 2. Something like, what are those, Dennis? 350, 450 megahertz. I think it's the same speed as the processor in your little 1U Netra boxes. And then I have an old SPARC Station 20, which is a dual ROS HyperSPARC with the TGX graphics in it. And so that's kind of a fun machine if you want to go back to really iconic Unix workstation. 440, that sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah, so this is going to be on real hardware. And then this T2 SDE, this is actually a VM that I can try and do the cross compilation from. So I think I gave this thing like 32 CPUs. It's running on a big dual Xeon VM server on Proxmox. Oh, Thomas. Thomas is one of our resident chess experts, quite talented chess player. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid, man. We are doing no chess at all here, I'm sorry to say. Although I guess you could say we are playing a different kind of chess game against the Linux kernel. So somewhere here, if I look at this Linux.description, I don't know what Thomas's rating is. If he is here, he can share that with you if he wants. Right. So theoretically, if I just start messing with this package build description, we can see what happens. There you go. 1774 over the board. So real life. So somewhere here, is it going to list all of the patches that are being applied? So it downloads a patch. No, that's not the patches. That's just that gets Linux from 6.16 to 6.16.9. Oh, cool, Luke. Yeah, no, Proxmox works great. Now, keep in mind, under the covers, Proxmox is just using QEMU KVM. So this T2 x86-64 instance is a QEMU KVM. It's just being managed by Proxmox. Let's see. Yeah, any patches that Linux we have will be in the same folder. Some of those patches under platform specific. Yeah, so I was wondering. So we can see obviously all the patches are here. I guess my question is there something in the description file here that says which patches to apply? Hook add pre-patch 5 LX. So these LX patch and Linux pre-patch functions are what's doing it. So the question is, where did those come from? Yeah, so what all do we have in this folder? Parse config. Manta duck. I'm sure that's not how you like it pronounced, but is someone who's a little over average smart enough to run Linux. Yeah, quite honestly, I think anyone who uses computers, whether you use Windows, Mac OS, or Linux, should consider running Linux on their desktop. There are great Linux distros for sort of just new people to Linux, or just maybe your friends who aren't really computer people, but they just use computers because there's regular computer users. So things like Pop OS is potentially a good one for new people to Linux to try. But yeah, right. There's, just like if you were switching from Windows to Mac or from Mac to Windows, there are going to be differences, right? You'll probably have to figure a few things out, and it might not feel 100% comfortable at first. But if you install even right, Fedora, just if you install Fedora, right, you'll have a web browser, Chrome or Firefox. There's a great Office suite in LibreOffice, so you'll have your spreadsheet program, your word processor, if you like kind of those full-featured word processors and spreadsheet type programs. The thing that keeps a lot of people away from full-time Linux on their desktop is if they are gamers. And a lot of games now, because of the work that Steam has been doing on the Steam Deck, their little portable Linux-based gaming console, through things like Wine and Proton, a lot of games work pretty well, I'm told, on Linux. I don't really game at all, so I don't have first-hand experience with that. But in any case, yeah, no, you don't have to be some like super computer whiz to use a nice end user oriented Linux desktop distribution. And unlike particularly with Windows now, like when you're running Linux on your computer, you actually retain ownership of your computer. When you're running Windows on your computer, Microsoft has taken over ownership of your computer. They don't let you make choices about how your computer runs and what you run on it. Aside from any philosophical, discussions about free software, open source software versus proprietary software, even if you have no philosophical qualms one way or the other, you are absolutely giving up control over what your computer is doing and what you're running on your computer by installing Windows on it. Mac OS, ironically, Apple's walled garden. Mac OS at this point, I'd say, lets you retain ownership of your computer far more than Windows does at this point. But Mac OS has been going downhill for quite a while as well. So I don't see that as a truly long-term viable prospect either. So back to the patching. Okay, so yeah, so I saw a note come by here. Where did it go? Okay, so Cool Luke is saying, here we go. All are applied for all arches unless it's got something like SPARC 64. Oh, so the naming scheme takes care of. Okay, so theoretically, I might regret this, but let me CPR Linux to Linux backup before I start messing with this. So if I, for X in star.patch, if I move $X to $X dot old, if they don't end with dot patch, it shouldn't pick it up, right? So if I now rebuild the Linux kernel package, I should just get the pure upstream Linux sources with none of these patches. Does that sound correct to the people who know what they're talking about? Oh, and then some of them are dot. Okay, so if I see, so these dot SPARC 64 ones would also be applied. So let's say for X and star dot patch dot SPARC 64. And then were there any for dot SPARC? Ah, sometimes their name is patch dot disabled. Okay, well, hopefully dot old also works. Okay. I assume the script is just looking for dot patch or dot patch dot arch, and so dot old should get them out of the way. Maybe. Let's see what happens. What's in linux.cache? Is there anything there? Okay, those are dependency related. Okay, you normally use disabled. Well, oh, I see. Yeah, like disabled right there. Okay. Saw.no high mem. Oops, HIGH mem. ppc.no high mem. Okay. Somebody's knocking and ringing at my door. I bet it's some salesperson. Let me look at my camera really quick. Yeah, that doesn't look like someone I need to worry about. Okay. So with that, if I, yeah, so let's just do T2. I think it's build target with my SPARC 64. Is that going to rebuild? It helps if I spell target correctly. Is that going to rebuild the Linux package? Found new updated list spaced. Okay. 2-Linux on the end. Oh, is that to tell it to just build? Okay, yeah. So it didn't rebuild it because the description file didn't change. So I need to tell it I really want to rebuild Linux. Hey, Bernd, how are you? Welcome in. All right, Manta. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Okay, so if I say, so if I just do, can I say build 2-Linux just to build that one package? No, that would be the local server. Ah. So I still say build target 2-Linux like that. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. So building 2-kernel Linux. So what does the 2 indicate here versus just the package name? Ah, interesting. Okay. Okay. So I broke something. Using architectures. So if I go into... Okay, that makes sense. 0 is tooled, 1 is bootstrap, and then 2 is the actual target system. So let's look at our error log here. Oh, okay, these are the patches we expect. This is just getting it up to the latest point release here. So what happened here? So I'm guessing one of those patches I disabled is actually a patch to the kernel makefile. And so I have just broken the build system's ability to configure the kernel. Yeah, there's a conf patch in there. Okay, so let's clean that. Oh, and then it probably has no idea what these files are now, but that's okay. So if we go package, kernel, Linux, confpacks, config h compat. So let's reinstate that patch. And then, I don't know, for good measure, this seems configuration related. We can reinstate that patch. See what happens here. There we go. So while this is going, cool, Luke, since you seem to know what you're talking about, which I appreciate. If I want to put a Linux kernel onto that ISO that's created to boot, not built from this build system, but if I just download the kernel sources, compile my own kernel, get a, get the Linux image file and get a folder full of modules, is there an easy way to package that up and use that instead? Or should I really be sticking with this and trying to make this work? Because actually, ideally, what I'd like to do is grab the 6.17, I guess 6.17.1 kernel now, and then just use the config file I'm using for my custom kernel on Debian and Gentoo. And I did see something. Actually, yeah, now that I'm talking out loud, I think I'll just have to figure out how to make it work in the build system here. But I saw in the documentation, stick with getting it working, all the patches once you get it working. Yeah, at this point, I just sort of want to get a kernel that doesn't have those IO errors, and then maybe work backwards to figure out what was introducing them. But I think if I look down here, I remember here. Oh yeah, configuration, Linux kernel. Right. So I can drop in my own config by selecting do not perform any automatic kernel. And if I do that, okay, so then under my config directory, I just put a linux.cfg. Okay. So I'll keep going this route. Let's see what happens here. Right. So yeah, again, I assume most of the modules are turned on here, so this will take a few minutes to build, but We can wait for that. It shouldn't take too long. Okay, so what do I have over here? Yeah, so while we're waiting, let's shut down this because we'll need to swap out the ISO. And to get it on the ISO, you just remove the two Linux again and then create the ISO. Okay, that was actually my next question. If this doesn't make the ISO, I was going to ask, can you just build it without having to wait for it to do the whole ISO creation thing? But this will just build it without doing the ISO creation, and then you just do the build without the argument. It sees everything's built, it outputs the file list, and then you run create ISO again. Perfect. Yeah, we can do this. So, so this should be bound. So what you can do, because I'm going to change, there's different ways you can approach this, but let me just unbind S7-2. And then we can LDM. It's going to be unit region, the init.rd, which is the build target command without the. Okay, so yeah, that takes care of the new init.rd with all the modules as well. Good to know. Okay, so I can rm. This is going to be a. I need to look at my LDM notes over here. This is a VDS dev, rm VDS dev. T2 SDE ISO at primary VDS0. So then we'll just re-add a volume with that same name with my new next iteration of my ISO when I get it, and then we'll start the machine back up and see what happens. Okay, this should be almost done. Yep, it's using all 32 processors. No Cat's Music. Hey, how's it going? Yep. That's what we do here, Linux. You don't want me to try to DJ, but yeah. So for those of you who've known me on Twitch for a while, you know I hang out in a couple of my favorite Twitch DJ streams quite a bit. I'm good friends with a couple of them who live up in Vancouver. So a lot of the folks here that come through my stream, we tend to know each other from the Twitch music community, which is a really cool part of Twitch. Good people. Let's see. Because there are some SPARC SGI patches in that folder too. You mean I've never tried the kernel without the patches, so I hope it works. Yeah, we'll see. Can you suggest one of the DJ channels to check out? Yeah, definitely. Let's see. I can only do an act here. I'll just do it this way. So Pika and Jesu. They're pretty big communities on here. And then I don't know if you saw, he was in here earlier. DJ Ryan Mellis. And then kind of, yeah, from there, you'll see a lot of cool people come through and you can sort of follow out from there. Gosh, there's Zeta. For better time zone coverage, like over in Europe. Let me make sure I'm spelling his name right. Giannis, I believe that's a Y sounding J. He's a really awesome DJ, really great streams. He streams quite a bit, and they're more during the day for me, which means they're probably perfect time for in the evening in Europe. So yeah, it's a really big now, really great community over there. Come on, Kernel, you can build. I'm used to building it with nothing but kind of the bare minimum required for my my hardware to build. So usually the kernels build like in 30 seconds, but I know Linux distributions have to, pretty much enable all of the modules for all of the hardware because you don't know what hardware somebody's going to drop the install CD in. So, yeah, distribution kernels, you have to wait a little bit longer for them to build. So Cool Luke asks, did you have to change anything else for this ISO, or did you just need to build locally to work on it? No, as soon as I got the build working, the ISO that it spit out booted my my S7 LDOM no problem. So yeah, the trick for getting the cross compile to work and everything was just having the right build prerequisites installed on my host system here. So for some things around Rust and like Python cryptography, just some packages that were, builds were failing without them. And then there was one change I needed to make in the Rust package description. It was to basically comment out an area that was, I think, selecting either a bootstrapped or non-bootstrapped Rust build. So that was the key to kind of get past some of the Rust and then Rust-dependent packages from building. But yeah, after that, after I got through successful cross compiles of the base package selection, the ISO just worked, which was pretty cool. This is the fun thing about development streams, right? We just get to sit here and wait for things to compile. It's very exciting stuff. Hey, Linux Power 93, longtime T2 SDE follower here. Welcome in. I am brand new to T2 SDE, so yeah, learning a lot here, figuring it out as we go along. Uh-oh, what happened here? Lib modules. Cannot stat. No such file or directory. So it's probably expecting a module that's added by one of these patches, and it's trying to use it by name. Right. Well, okay. It did make a tar, so maybe... Oh, I guess, well... I wonder what's... Oh, yeah, okay, so let's see what's in here. So we have the kernel. It looks like we got the modules. So yeah, maybe it was just trying to do something specific with some extra module. Yeah, that looks pretty complete. Oh, hey, GB. Let's see. Thomas, I'm so far behind you guys and understand what's going on here, but I still try. Finally comes a grasp. Man, sometimes like hearing Chinese. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this isn't really end user Linux stuff. So wouldn't expect you to just drop in and quite know what's going on. But sort of the high level here is the Linux kernel is really the core of the operating system, right? It's what actually runs the computer. So this particular version of Linux on the particular hardware I have is running into a problem with talking to the virtual disk drives. So I'm trying to figure out how, where that problem's coming from, and can we change how this particular Linux version is built so that it doesn't have that problem. And so you're having to sort of get into the guts of, when you download the Linux install CD, it's scripts and infrastructure like this that actually puts all that together to make that CD that you can install from. So I'm trying to make a new CD I can install from, essentially, that has the changes I want so that I can test if it works. And in this case, this particular Linux distro, T2, uses this set of tools to do that. So I'm kind of learning about how these work, and that's what we're trying to do. Let's see. I would say, yeah, Thomas, you've certainly watched enough of Dennis's muddling through stuff like this that it probably seems a little familiar, even if you don't quite know all the details. Okay, yeah, so cool, Luke. I agree. I think it did, despite these messages, it did actually create the package. So yeah, let's just go ahead and where's that build command? Let's just try it and see what this kernel does, if it even works at all. Yeah, Dr. Boss, what's your LFS speed run 100% completion time? Oh, and somebody asked, hold on, let me look up in chat here. Linux Power 93, what's your specs, if you don't mind me asking? So there's a lot of different systems involved here. This box that I am doing the cross compile on is, actually, let me see here. HTTPS, this is Artemis. What's the default port? Whoops, not 8009. Oh, come on. Why in the world would it think? Oh, because it's not a valid port number. Yeah, what's the? I never remember the port number for. Oh, I was so close. 8006. Just turn that 9 upside down. So this is it's a 2-socket Xeon Gold 6242. So that's 64 ish cores, threads to work on there. So this T2 dev VM I have given, I think, 32 vCPUs and 64 gigs of RAM. The VM server itself, I think, has, what do I have, half a terabyte of RAM in here? Yeah, 512 gigs of RAM. The SPARC server that we are trying to actually get this to work on is a SPARC S7-2. Yeah, which is this guy right here. So this is a SPARC S7 processor. 2 of them, 8 cores each, 8 threads per core. It also has half a terabyte of RAM, but I'm giving each of my Linux logical domains 128 gigs, and I think 6 CPUs out of the 16. And then my desktop machine, so the one I'm actually streaming from, that I'm SSH'd into all of these, is a it's an old Intel i9 9900K. And then, by the way, if we want to get really fun, we go to my P8SP. Down in my garage, actually sitting right on top of my SPARC S7, I have my Power 8 -22A. So this is an IBM Power 8 server running AIX, IBM I, and Linux. I've not yet gotten into T2 on power, but I'll get there after I mess with SPARC. And the other machine I want to run T2 on is my, let's see if it's out there. What am I doing wrong here? Yeah, I assume PowerPC 64 is a bit more mainstream support. But I also have an Itanium server. So this is a dual socket Itanium 2. Currently running Gen 2, but Gen 2 has dropped support for Itanium, so this guy will never get another update again in his life unless I get T2 working for Itanium. That one I've not been able to cross-compile yet, but I shouldn't need to because the pre-built Itanium CD from the T2 project should just work on this. So that'll be fun for another day. But let's get back. Okay, perfect. So then I think there's, create ISO. So I'll create ISO version 2. Welcome back, Ryan. Plain and simple. Just plain simple Garrick. Okay, perfect. So we now have this new ISO. I need to remember the easiest way to get this over there. Let's see. My other machine is in, I can do it. Okay, I do it from the S7 box. So let me go back to my regular user. I should be able to SCP, and actually, did I set up my, I didn't. This can get to that dev box, right? Yeah, okay, good. Which is out at the data center, which means I would rather, whatever, I'll just do it the easy way. In fact, I should have a, just like that, except it's going to be 2. Okay, so that's copying over. This is actually, so the T2 dev VM is actually out on my VM server in a data center, and my SPARC S7 box is in my garage. So this is actually going over my IPsec site-to-site VPN connection to the data center, which is limited by the speed that the router out there can do IPsec VPNs. So, I mean, not that it's slow, but it's not as fast as it could be if I was just going out over the open internet. Burn it on DVD. That would be a lot of discs to use if that patch was annoying to fix. Yeah, professional does it in one take. We'll do it live. Okay, so now let's move this where I want it, which is dpool LDOMs S7-2. So should I use Cubic to make my local ISOs? I'm not sure, like, if you wanted to make an ISO of a random Linux distro, you'd have to look at their particular build system. But it usually is going to be like make ISOFS in the end is the tool that's probably assembling all the pieces, because you need to get the ISOFS, the file system on it, which is easy. But the trick is you need to provide special boot files for the disk to actually be bootable. So that's why it's nice when something like T2 just has that target that just does it for you, so you don't need to figure it out every time. Okay, where was I then? Let's go back to root, because I think I have the commands in my history. Add, this is going to be a vdsdev. Yeah, perfect. So I'm going to add this new ISO back to that T2 SDE-ISO at primary virtual disk server. And now I should be able to bind S7-2 again. And now if you look, you can see we're bound back to this hardware. So now let's try to start it up. So LDM start S7-2. and connect to its console. And we say boot CD-ROM. And with any luck, nope, we have made it worse than before. Unable to handle kernel paging request. Lana DJ, hello. Speaking of the great DJ community on Twitch, Lana is a DJ streamer out of Germany. So right next there to, I don't know if Renee is still lurking. Tons of fun. She plays great music. Always just great energy, happy, positive streams. And let's see, what do you say, Lana? You like to play music and dance? So a lot of fun. Okay, so we made this worse. Blah, blah, blah. Warning, that's fine. So here's the thing. I know that plain unmodified upstream 6.17 sources for Linux should work in these LDOMs. Now, there's a couple patches I apply on top of that, but just to get the thing to boot, I don't necessarily think that they're required. Okay, yeah, now we're getting into the... So actually, that's interesting. Oh, no, I don't have anything installed on vDisk A. Okay. So what do I want to do here? This SPARC has a S7 processor. The T2 in the name is because it's T2 Linux. It's the Linux distribution name. I also have, I forgot when I was listening to my SPARC hardware earlier, I also have a SPARC server that has the SPARC T2 processor, but that's old and slow and annoying. We're not using that here. Okay, well, this didn't work. S7-2. So let's try something different here. Gosh, it's been decades since I used Subversion instead of Git or Mercurial, so my Subversion knowledge is very, very, very rusty to basically non-existent at this point. I think what I want to do, and there may be a better way to do this, but I want to grab the T2 trunk has already moved on to kernel 6.17. But I don't want to upgrade to the whole T2 trunk. I'm on the 25.10 release tag. I don't want to upgrade to the whole trunk because I think I was having other build problems with that. And I don't want to mess with the rest of the packages that are already working and built right now. So I'm going to check out next to this trunk and call it T2 trunk, just so that I can copy over the new Linux kernel. And we'll use that as our newer baseline to work on. Because I have a config for that kernel that A, will build faster, but B, again, I know works at least against what's pretty close to pristine upstream sources. Because what I don't know is if apparently your 2020 Mac Air has the T2 chip. Not the same. Apple might have called their like touch processor chip or something the T2, but that's not the SPARC processor. Okay, so I should probably then rebuild Linux headers and Linux if I'm switching over to 6.17. Anyway, what I was saying, yeah, so what I don't know, right, because I mentioned that both the Gentoo and Debian install CDs for SPARC 64 work fine in these LDOMs. But what I don't know is if they have made their own patches to their kernels and we're essentially missing a patch in T2. Because I don't think I've ever tried building just my own plain 6.16 upstream sources. I just started using the 6.17 upstream sources. And so again, it's possible that 6.17 has something that 6.16 didn't have, but that the other distros added into 6.16. So I think if we just move on to 6.17 and see if the problem still exists, we'll be, that might be a clue. Okay, so Kulik says, if going to do that, you should remove the older Linux, the command -r build config rf linux, and we use older headers, so shouldn't need to update those. Okay. So if I go back to my T2 source, you're saying there's a command called mine? Oh, I don't think I've ever heard of that command. No manual entry for mine. What does mine do? No, I don't have it on my desktop machine. Okay. Oh, it's a T2 thing. Okay. Quietly install. Create gem. Interesting. It's an install package thing. Okay, so I should do... Hold on here. Let me see where I am. So first, let me just do that. Yeah, it's not happy with what I messed with the patches, but that's fine. So if I do mine-r build, do I need to do the actual real directory name? Okay, and yeah, there's those same weird files that the build itself was talking about, but that's okay. All right, well, there's no kernel in there anymore, so there we go. You can use the star. This is now a Linux Ubuntu for my M1 Mac. Yeah, no cats. Oh man, the name's escaping me. In any case, yeah, there's a group that has been putting a lot of work in and had a lot of success of getting Linux working on the Apple ARM architectures, up to the point now where I think they even have a graphics driver that works with the integrated GPU in some Asahi Linux. Yes, thank you, Mastic. I knew that. I just had a brain fart. But yeah, the name there, Asahi Linux, is pretty pretty ambitious, pretty cool project. Okay, what was I doing? I was going to break things even more by going into package kernel. Okay, I already have my backup, so let me remove that. Do I have rsync on here? And then I'm going to pull over T2 trunk package kernel Linux to here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm correct in not putting a trailing slash on that for rsync. Yes, okay. So this is perfect. Linux 6.17.1. Let me think about something here. No, never mind. We'll try this as is. Okay. Are there any, what are the interesting SPARC patches here? QEMU, Sun 4U8G, Radeon. Okay, so this patch is actually one of the patches that I have also been applying to my 6.17 sources. So this should be a good patch. That's all fine. A Sun4U patch should not affect Sun4V theoretically, although really they're more the same. And then the conf is at arc. Yeah, so I'll look at configuration later. We'll see if this works with T2's default config. So yeah, let's just try this. So if I do build to Linux again, this should build this new kernel. Yep, downloading 6.17. Hi, geeks. Hey, I'm Ed. How are you? Okay, and then unlike my 6.16 build, this will have also applied all of the T2 patches. And then, yeah, if 6.17 just magically works, I'll be happy. Because that's also what I am now running on Debian and Gentoo on this hardware. All right. So, yeah, we can... where were we? We can watch this thing use its CPU. Do you know if it picked a US mirror when you started? I run that server. Is it working good? Oh, wow. Faded Metal. Hello. Welcome in, Faded Metal. Thanks for the raid. Good to see you. Yeah, I know we had Lana in here earlier. Burn's still here. Yeah, so cool, Luke. I don't know what mirror it picked. I know oftentimes a lot of the mirrors don't have versions that aren't in trunk, or sometimes they don't have versions of trunk, so it does tend to fall back. But when I was sticking with the 25.2 tag, most of the packages, wherever I got them from, did appear to be on the mirror. Oh, hey, Archon Joe. Yeah, no, Proxmox is great. I finally switched over to Proxmox from ESXi at the beginning of the year because I finally replaced my, I don't know, 5 or 7-year-old, which was already an old server at the time, VM server. So it was time to take the plunge, given what Broadcom was doing with VMware. And yeah, it's been working well. So yeah, it's compiling away. It's able to use all 32 of those CPUs assigned to it, which is about half the capacity of this VM server. You can look, yeah, I'll take a look at mirror cache when it's done here. In fact, I may as well just, while we're waiting. Yeah, is that it? US .t2? GB, yeah, there's a lot I actually prefer about it now relative to ESXi. In general, support for weird off the beaten path old operating systems is still a bit more seamless in VMware, right? They've been doing this forever and have figured some of that stuff out. But in reality, that hasn't recently been a problem for me. Proxmox is great. I am running Proxmox root on ZFS, and then my data pool, of course, is ZFS as well. Okay, yeah, so cool, Luke. That is your mirror. That's cool. Thanks for running that. Okay. Let this thing cook a bit longer, and we'll have a new kernel to try. How's Proxmox corresponding to QEMU and V? So Proxmox is basically just a really nice, well-integrated front end for QEMU KVM. So the Proxmox VMs, it is running them with QEMU KVM. Proxmox also gives you a front end for like LX containers, so you can create VMs and LXC containers here, and it's all managed together. But you can cluster Proxmox, and so if you have shared storage, or interestingly, even if you don't have shared storage, you can live migrate VMs between Proxmox servers in your cluster, and it's really a full-featured virtualization platform for x86. Yeah, GB ESXi, I'd always get the warning on applying patches like, hey, this hardware is going to be deprecated in the next version, and so on and so forth. It's like the hardware still works just fine, but you know how those enterprisey type companies work. I prefer Podman containers. Well, yeah, so I mean, Podman is equivalent to Docker. LXC is really trying to do something a bit different than Podman and Docker, using the same underlying kernel features, of course. It's all C groups and namespaces under the hood. But LXC was more oriented toward running a full operating system distribution stack in a container, versus Podman and Docker are more oriented toward running individual applications, individual services in containers. Again, it's all the same thing under the hood. It's just what do you stick in the disk images, but slightly different goals. So at the level of Proxmox, it makes sense that they support entire LXC containers. No cats, VBox, you mean VirtualBox? I mean, yeah, VirtualBox. I liked VirtualBox in the sense that it was a open source free software GPL desktop virtualization product that worked reasonably well. Obviously Oracle owns it now, and they always had the weird thing where, like, for the better USB drivers and for some other features, you had to, buy the commercial component. But VBox is desktop virtualization. Proxmox is server virtualization, so they're not really directly competitive, right? If you need desktop virtualization, then Yeah, VirtualBox or VMware Desktop if you want to go down that proprietary route. Proxmox is more equivalent to vSphere VMware ESXi. I have a question. I know that Flatpak is Sandbox, but is it containerized in the same way of LXC or Podman? I don't know. I have occasionally used Flatpaks, but I've not looked into it enough to know how it's actually implemented. Trapex says yes. So is Flatpak essentially just putting together isolated namespaces like Docker or Podman do? Sounds like it. Cool Luke says I'm the odd one. I'm gamer too, so still use Windows, but have T2 just fine with with WSL. Interesting. Yeah, no, I'm not a gamer, so it's easier for me to say this, but I just philosophically I forbid Windows in my house. It's just not worth it at this point. Traffic, yeah, because I think like Flatpak uses like that's why there are those desktop portal packages that a lot of Linux distros have now. I think that allows for kind of more seamless integration between the Flatpak containers and your outer desktop environment versus that's not just set up by default when you're running Docker or Podman containers. And just that sound relatively accurate. Everyone says all games work with wine. I tried it one that doesn't so work. Yeah, I mean, I think older games probably have a higher chance of working well with wine out of the box. But I think a lot of the games that work well with wine is because the wine developers or the Proton developers or whoever works on this stuff really specifically targeted that game, checked all the API calls it's making, and kind of made it work. So as a broad statement, it's probably a little bit too broad to say that, oh yeah, most games just work. Okay, this should be close to finishing up here. Yeah, Wine itself. Yeah, I know the things that actually run the game as well are like kind of projects like Proton. Interesting, not game oriented, but there was always that I think kind of commercial product for the Mac called Crossover Office or something, and they really worked on making a specific Wine build and config that ran Microsoft Office well. So if you needed to run like the Windows version of Office on your Mac, you could do it through that. Pharaoh Block, hey, welcome in. Python is better than C. I mean, no, it really isn't. But I mean, they're languages that target completely different use cases, so you can't even really compare them. There we go. Okay. Cool. So we got that build. So let's now we do without the package, and it should assemble anything. Python is C. Well, I mean, no, the Python interpreter is implemented in C. Yeah, Dennis waiting for an OS written in Python and Rust. I tell you. Oh, don't do the regen too fast. Did I miss a step, Luke? Oh, the tar wasn't finished. Why did it dump me back at the command line if hold on, let's check my well, building. It said creating, and then it dropped me back at the prompt. or just the build system just trigger the tarball job in the background so it can move on to compiling the next thing. I guess. Whoa, no, don't do that. Okay. Okay, yeah. So I'll rebuild. Gotcha. I guess that makes sense. Oh yeah. So the old Linux package is still there. Build SPARC 64 tool chain packages. I can just RM that. Okay. It shouldn't get in the way though. That wasn't the target. Okay. Create ISO, and this is round 3. Done. So now the ISO would have 2 kernels. That's fine as long as it uses the one I want. LDOM unbind S7-2. It won't let me delete the virtual disk image when it's in use by a domain, so that's why I unbind it every time. It should, since we did the mine first. Yeah, so I noticed, so, 'cause there's the difference between the toolchain directory and some of the other directories. The toolchain is the cross-compile side of things, right? Not the target. I haven't, this is, I should do this somewhat more efficiently, but this will be fine. Let's copy that over. Oh, toolchain is where the ISO package files go. Okay. So place your bets. Is 6.17.1 going to just work? Time will tell. If you tell me any of this works, you might just rebuild this one ISO. Yeah, no, if this ends up working, he'll probably do a little special release for SPARC, but we'll see here. Okay, let's get back to root. Copy number 3 over. And then add number 3 back to the virtual disk server. Rebind S7-2 and start S7-2. It is number 3, right? Third time's the charm. 6.17.1. Okay, so let's just verify. Yes, it is using the correct kernel here. Okay, well, so it boots, unlike our stripped down no patch kernel. So let's ext2 or makefs.ext4 dev v disk A3. No, same problem. Very, very interesting. Luke, I don't know what your LDM stuff does, but computers are fun. Yeah, so LDM, that's the logical domain manager. So pretty much all of the modern Sun, Oracle, SPARC servers have a firmware level hypervisor. So you divvy up the machine resources, and it can run obviously multiple operating systems on the same hardware under its hardware hypervisor. So if you're into the power side of things, it's like IBM Power VM, where all of those IBM Power servers are actually just running a firmware hypervisor, and every operating system, even if you're just running one operating system on the box, is running under the hardware hypervisor. So yeah, kind of like Proxmox for SPARC, but really it's in the firmware and it's at the hardware level, so you can divide the real physical hardware up between uh, what you're running. And so here I'm using Solaris as the root domain or the control domain, and it has the management tool to do that. And then because I only have one disk controller, I don't have a whole disk controller with separate disks I can hand over and split up into another part of the hardware. So you can run virtual disk server in your primary domain, virtual network switch, the virtual console concentrator. So you're able to provide some virtualized services from the primary domain. So yeah, so Sun VDC is the driver for these vDisk devices. All right, Dennis, have a good time outside. And yeah, we'll keep playing around here. Ahmed, does that mean the VMs run on bare metal or what? I mean, yes, effectively. Um, in many ways, that's how VMs run under something like Proxmox now, because it uses KVM, which uses the CPU's actual hardware virtualization extensions as well. So it's able to handle a lot of stuff just natively after the hypervisor sets it up. But yeah, for something like the firmware hypervisor, it's essentially there is no distinction between bare metal and running in a logical domain, except of course, however you're providing the devices like a virtual disk um to the domain. I mean, this is also how like IBM mainframes have worked for a long time as well. Z architecture. Um, you don't just run one operating system on the whole machine. At the hardware level, you're able to divide up the hardware resources, dedicate them to multiple domains. They're called logical partitions, is what they're called in the IBM world. So, okay, what I want to do now is build this kernel version again, but use my kernel configuration. And hopefully that doesn't disable too many modules that T2 itself expects for some reason. Why don't we hear of this stuff every day? Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, if you think of the major server architectures now, SPARC, IBM Z architecture on the mainframe side, and IBM Power, and then x86, AMD 64, uh, all three of those other platforms have migrated over to the hypervisor running in the firmware. Really, x86, I think, is the only one where that hasn't been a broad architectural thing. So if I look back here, if I do a if I do a T2, yeah, cool. So I saw that in the documentation. I think that's what I'm going to try next. And then it looks like I just drop my .config here. So let me pull that over from a box. Config-cfg SPARC 64. I think I turn on the expert options and then, yeah, exactly what you said. Expert options, custom Linux options. So if I do expert options, because I'm clearly an expert when it comes to T2 SDE, as we've seen today. Linux kernel app. Oh, there's two of them. That's interesting. We'll try the first one. Okay. Apply custom kernel. Yes. Yeah, they probably do the same thing. Okay, the kernel config is stored in there. And then do I turn off? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so turn off that config. Don't care about that. Replace tux with the T2 boot logo. I mean, we don't have a graphical boot, so let's turn that off. Okay, config SPARC 64 linux.cfg. So let's pull that in from... Oh, you know what? I'm going to need to boot up one of my other Linux domains. Which config? They should be the same now, but let me just I need to bind S7 Debian. That should just get port 5001. Yeah, LDM start S7 Debian. I should have a good config for 6.17.1 in here. Yeah, Gentoo probably closer to T2. At this point, I am actually using literally the exact same config between Debian and Gentoo, but I did have to turn on a couple more things for Debian, so I'll just use it just in case. Okay, that should boot pretty quickly, so I should just be able to... S7 Debian... Oops, this isn't going to be right. Oh, actually, yeah, it is going to be right. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, Linux 6.17.1. Obviously, it's not going to be Debian's GCC, but that doesn't matter. This has my MRW01. Yep, this is the right one. File system E2FS Progs provides makefs.ext4 binary. Okay. Right. So this is the file I want. So can I just grab this directly from here? So config SPARC 64. This is empty at this point. Okay. Debian.org. That to linux.cfg. Yeah, by the way, I get the same kind of problems if I try and make an XFS file system. So yeah, I don't think it's the makefs.ext4 program that's the problem. I can also mount the same virtual disk in Debian or Gentoo and successfully use makefs.ext4 from those to the same virtual disk. So it's not like some weird problem with my virtual disk. It's definitely something kernel related here. Reading grokking algorithms have stumbled upon this box contains more boxes with more boxes inside those boxes. The key is in a box somewhere. I tried to make this in Python for the last hour, got something kind of somewhere working. Stepping through a debugger with recursive labyrinths. It was so much fun. Oh yeah, if you're doing it recursively. Is Spark over? I mean, realistically, yeah. But there's a lot of cool Spark hardware out there, so we still like to play with it. It was I mean, obviously hugely historically significant architecture, but okay, why is this? Oh, because sorry, my network doesn't allow it in this direction. I have to do it. What do I have to do here? I just have to do it the other way. Okay. scp.config to T2 SDE lab. There we go. Okay. That'll work. At least I know my firewall's working right. Okay. Good. Let's see what happens. Will it pick up that it needs to rebuild this package because the package description itself hasn't changed? Or do I need to do something again? I can do this again. And then should I also... Right. So I should also just be able to clean up these files, right? Do the config again so it finds the new CFG. Okay. I'm just going to do this and, you know, live dangerously. Oops. Okay. Probably don't actually have to visit the option, but let's look at it just to be safe. Interesting. So this file is basically using to override config settings on top of its config that it generates. But given that we turned off its own generation, it's essentially just using the entire config as... Yeah, okay. If I could type, it would help. Okay, 2-Linux CFG SPARC. Okay, let's give this a try. And I suspect this will build much more quickly. Or are we getting into Git versus Subversion religious wars here? Superior approach is whichever Renee is faster with, and that's SVN at the moment. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, the best tool for you is going to be the tool that you know how to use the best and, you know, that still lets you accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. My personal preference at this point is certainly Git. You know, after I switched over to... So when the whole distributed concurrent version control thing sort of hit the scene, there was Mercurial and Git. So, you know, little baby me, of course, started with RCS, and then I worked for a company that was doing some Windows software, and it was Visual Source Safe, which is its own world, of course. But then when Subversion became popular, we switched from CVS to Subversion, and that was well worth the change. Subversion is, oh no, um, Subversion's much nicer with than CVS, or yeah, but the distributed version control stuff, Mercurial and Git, I've never looked back after originally switching to Mercurial, and then later, of course, Git kind of won versus Mercurial. So it's all Git now, and Git isn't really as ergonomic as Mercurial was, I don't think, but Git's just what I know inside and out now because, of course, it's what I've been using everywhere for however many years now. Um, okay, so what happened here? Yeah, seeding into that folder. Yeah, I'll take a look at the debug.sh. I haven't used that yet. I'm just curious if there's anything obvious. Okay, debug. So presumably this is the command that so that's basically the command it was running. Okay, so if we do this, we'll just try and do this build in the foreground, essentially. Gotcha. Hold on, let's not do J32. Let's just see where the error actually happens. Frame buffer. I am surprised my config even has frame buffer enabled at all. Right. So it's still modifying my config, but because my config doesn't have it enabled, oh, because of some patch. Okay, so let's look at. Oh, debug actually launched me into a new shell. Gotcha. That's how it was able to set those variables without me having to source it. I was wondering about that, but didn't pick up the fact that it started a subshell. Okay. Is it things like fbdev and fbcon? I can disable, yeah. So it might be that one. Did you already tell me? Okay. Oh, scroll back. Gotcha. And the convention is disable or disabled. disabled. Okay. Clean up the broken build and try again. Right. What were we talking about before we hit that error? Oh, right. Yeah, version control wars. So, yeah, at the end of the day, use what you like, but it is a big effort to migrate a project that's already using one to another, because it's not just the people, it's not just the developers who might know that particular system. It's your entire build infrastructure, it's all of your automation, right? There might be a lot of work, and so you have to ask yourself, given that what we have works, is it worth the effort to migrate for, what's the payoff? What do we get out of all that work? Use what you like, but we're going to force Rust on you. That's right, Hambot. Okay. Yeah, so this should be that exact config. I think we're done with that box. Hey, no hate for Hambot. Hambot is the best bot on Twitch. Okay, that worked. So now I will wait for that tarball to finish being created, which it looks like it should be. Hey, hey Marco, yes, it is much more quiet in my room. I don't have that nice ambiance. Hey, VSAD RN? VSAD? Are you a very sad nurse for a living? Cool. So now Adrian. Perfect. Gotcha. Well, welcome in, Adrian. Thanks for the follow. So I should be able to build that again, and then we will make ISO number 4. So lads or ladies shortened too, based on you just take the word without the vowels. You don't follow me yet. It's an affront to my very being. Even though you have corrected the error of your ways, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ban you now. I say, yeah, it should pick up my tag on the kernel version. Okay, so create ISO number 4. There's actually, well, we'll try this and then I'll talk about what I was about to say. Okay. So, anyone remember what we do next? We go over here. We LDM unbind S7-2. We LDM RM that ISO. We switch back to my regular user and copy over ISO number 4. I would say I left a lot of room for a lot of iterations of this experiment. We have a long way to go if we're only at number 4. All right. Well, that's copying. What I was about to say is, where is this repository on GitHub? Is it? Oh yeah, SPARC Linux. GitHub SPARC Linux. One of the guys who I think is a Debian maintainer, who's trying to keep the Debian SPARC is no longer an official Debian architecture, but Debian ports still builds it. So there's a team out there that, if you entered your actual real name, you may want that deleted. Oh no, I mean, hi, I'm Matthew. Username MWilson in a lot of places. My GitHub, or same as my username, tells you who I am. That's me. So I'm not too hidden. You can know who I am. But I appreciate the concern, though. I know a lot of people do try and remain pretty anonymous online. In any case, what I was saying, yeah. So I think this was started by, I think Adrian's his name, but some other people are involved as well. And he's been collecting some known issues with the Linux kernel on SPARC. And some of these, so like this one I saw is one of the patches that's already in T2, so that's good to see. And what he's done is he's gone back and looked at where the Oracle developers, back when they supported Oracle Linux on SPARC, they actually made a lot of improvements to the kernel that they didn't end up upstreaming because I think Oracle just, probably fired that whole team without notice. But of course, the source code was available. And so there's an interesting collection here, like these file systems inside an LDOM, which is similar to what we're seeing, but we're seeing error -12 in a different function. So applying this fix didn't fix our problem. But anyway, there's some other interesting patches in here, and one of them I pulled into my, obviously it won't be in this custom kernel because I didn't pull the patch over, but there was a patch here to correctly identify the S7 processor, which is the processor running on this machine. So it reports right now as just an M7, which is a closely related, but I think more cores version of the S7. So anyway, at some point, there is some good notes here and patches that they're working to upstream, but in the meantime, we can pull into our own kernel builds. Okay. So that's copied. Let's copy. Nope, that's not the one. Yes, this was number, what are we up to? 4? No, I need to move it first. Okay, and then we can add VDS number 4. Okay. S7-2. Did that pick port 5000 back up? Yep. S7-2. Boot CD-ROM. Yeah, that's definitely my kernel config. I guess we don't have to wait. I can just hit enter. Okay, it boots. Oh, waiting for devices to appear. Right. So there's probably something like Squash FS that I don't have in my kernel config. Where does stage 2? It's loading from the CD. I wonder what device I've disabled that the installer depends on. I'm pretty sure I have ISO 9660 in my config. But clearly I'm missing something important. Does this shell give me anything? We don't have ls mod at this point, do we? No. Interesting, because even the init-rd should have enough to pick up those vdisk devices. Oh, we don't have the grep command. Okay, this is a very limited shell. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm even supposed to be able to see at this point. Configure network. Yeah, so I wonder what I need that I don't have. Looks like the controller. Well, but the controller should be in the init-rd, and we should have... Can I reboot from here? No, I can't do anything from here. Oops. Yeah, the controller should be in the init-rd. Doesn't need firmware. You think maybe it's not making it into the init-rd? Okay. Right. How is it deciding what drivers to put in the init-rd? I guess that's the question. Called vital mods in... Okay. So I mean, one thing I could do is not make it a module. Where's the download file? There it is. Making it RD and RD. Okay. Is this a patch or is this just a set of overlay files? That's just a patch. It's not even a tarball. Okay. Let's look at that. Oh, yeah, that's not going to work. Make a init rd init rd init.sh. I wonder, is this trying to do it like based on my build system here? Is it not getting included kind of based on the fact that it's not actually running on the target system, and so it's not seeing the module loaded for the root device or something like that? Although if we're doing all this cross-compiling, it must know... Like when I'm building with the T2 default config, or maybe the T2 kernel config isn't building a lot of the storage controllers as target. I mean, this is what happens when you do the build target command without Linux. Right, when it's outputting those final files. Well, let's see if we can just work around it by making it not a module. What if I just say yes to Sun VDC? Making it RD. Ah, gotcha. Make init RD. Ah, because I didn't type that correctly. Gotcha. Declare vital modules that need firmware. Well, it doesn't need firmware. No, this is just including their firmware. It doesn't need firmware. Or add it to filters. I mean, I guess the question is, why was it being included before versus now? I haven't looked at how it builds its own config. Not kernel, I think architecture. Yeah, and then SPARC 64. I don't remember if that was even right. Sun VDC. Or is it just depending on the fact that it's enabled like by make def config, and so it's not explicitly setting it? I don't know. I'll just build it in and see what happens. Okay. So it should pick up that config. Found new updated file, Linux config. Okay. Okay, -e sunvdc is in that file. It should have been in the init.rd. Yeah, I would think so, because it was clearly being put in the init.rd of the previous kernels that did boot successfully. Yeah, isofs should be in my config. Hello, computer. Nice hang time there. File systems. All the ext4s, xfs. Fuse overlay. Yeah, ISO 9660 as well as UDF. But I am wondering about things like where's Squash FS? It's like I don't know what T2 uses for its stage 2. Is it using something like Cram FS or Squash FS? Because you turned off modules in T2 config now. Oh, so does that disable that? That wouldn't disable module support entirely, would it? Because like my kernel config still has module support enabled. Where am I? Here we go. All right. I mean, let's look at this guy. Yeah, I mean, my kernel is still being built with modules. Oh, hey, Q. If you keep the third option and still have your config. Yeah, well, in any case, so this new kernel build should have sunvdc built in. Linux kernel options, here we go. Yeah, so we'll try this kernel, but I'm just curious, what were the other options in this menu? Actually, they're over here in the documentation as well. See, I'm afraid this option will turn back on all of the other modules, which I don't want. But yeah, we'll try this, and then we'll revisit that if we need to. But I wonder if it's something like, okay, what did I do here? We did that, so now I need to do this again. There's a mini RD and then the normal init RD. Right, so second stage. What is the second stage archive? That's where I'm thinking it's going to be something like one of those Squash FS or Cram FS things that it loads in as a RAM disk. And that could be where we're going wrong. So where's all of this happening? Build, yeah, SPARC 64. Is it then tool chain, ISO FS? That's just it's a tar ball. So is it just being extracted live into a RAM disk, or is it? I guess I don't understand what all. I mean, yeah. So it's a file system. It doesn't have kernel or modules or anything. It's just a working area. So that's some kind of. Okay. Yeah, it's not tar. The initRD is like a CPIO compressed archive or something. Is that right? It's like a mini change to stage 3. Yeah. And then it loads stage 2, which has more apps in it. Anyway, let's try this knowing for sure that the Sun VDC driver is loaded. But I'm starting to suspect that's not necessarily the problem. Hey, Ragtag. The Linux vortex is swirling us around. Okay, I've not made the ISO yet. So let's create ISO number 5. Good. GB the initRD. Yeah, so there's a couple of things. Basically, Linux distributions have to include pretty much all modules in the initRD because they don't know what's going to be needed to boot. Well, that's excessive. They don't need all modules, but pretty much all of the network drivers and all of the storage controllers and all the file system types. So they just have to be prepared for anything. Tools that create initRDs like Dracut, however you pronounce it, they have an option to examine the running system that you actually run the tool on, and you can tell it to only include modules that the system you're building the initRD on needs to boot. But of course, something like that won't work for cross-compiling like we're doing here, and it won't work for Linux distros because if I make a install CD and hand it to someone else, their hardware is not going to be the hardware I made that initRD on. So the initRDs can get pretty big for just distro kernel builds. Number 5. Okay, anyone remember what we do here? We let me just copy it over first. SCP-05. This is the mother of all. It works on my machine. Yeah. Yeah, build a kernel with what's the make config option for the kernel that just enables the modules that are already currently loaded in your machine, and then make an initRD that only has modules for your machine, and then hand it to someone else and say, yeah, hey, it works for me. But I suspect there's something else involved in how stage 2 gets loaded that is not in my kernel. Because I don't know why the Sun VDC module wouldn't have been included in the init.rd, but we'll try this build just to be safe. Local mod config, yeah, that's the one. Okay, we're at number 5. And I don't think yeah, so LDM unbind S7-2. Oh, I didn't shut it down because we were stuck in that weird shell, right? There we go. LDM unbind S7-2, RM that, add that. Can you save a ton of space specifying your own init.rd? I mean, it depends on your definition of a ton of space. You know, we're talking a difference that doesn't matter when you're dealing with hard drives and the gigabytes of sizes. But if you're doing embedded device development, you know, that's where it really matters more to have a fine-tuned init.rd. Or in that space, you might not even use an init.rd at all. You might just build everything in that you need to boot without modules. So, okay. Added that, rebind. Okay, and this, I mean, we assume this is the new build. We didn't turn up the number there, but we'll just boot that. Right, so this is interesting. It definitely knew about them at some point, but then we got into a mode where it no longer sees them. And when I drop to the shell here, oh, they are here this time. Interesting. But no such device here might mean... Oh, hey, Mr. Spock, how's it going? Your favorite nerdy Linux distro after Alpine. Yep, we're doing some T2 today. Exit the shell and try again. Right, so it sees the device. Oh, there are definitely non-nerdy Linuxes. You know, say Ubuntu comes to mind. Red Hat Enterprise Linux comes to mind. Yeah, this is new. I agree we have made some progress. I suspect this is now referring to a file system type driver. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything good in the init.rd. Right? So like back to what you were talking about earlier, right? We probably don't have CDFS or ISO 9660 support, even though we built it as a module. So now that we have the storage controller, we're seeing the disk. But if we didn't get Sun VDC module on init.rd, we probably didn't get CDFS, ISOFS as a module in our init.rd. So we can fix that. I wonder what else we aren't getting that we'll need. I mean, then we'll need ext4 so that we can format the Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I think this is giving us a picture of what's going on. This is progress. So what I want to do, S7-2. This was confusing because, like I said, I used to have a SPARC T2 server, and it was named T2. And so I always used T2 at the beginning of the names. When so I was like, every time I think S7-T2, my brain has to pause for a second and remember, oh, right, this is the S7 server. S7 comes first. T2 isn't the processor. T2 is the Linux distro. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to learn how to extract an initRD. I think it's probably a CPIO archive, and I never remember the CPIO commands. Yeah, here we go. This will probably tell me. Yeah, it's CPIO. And I think CPIO has weird, like, not tar. IDMV. Right. CPIO IDMV. Uh, so, Luke, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't make sense to me. Because the kernel is clearly being built with modules. It's clearly building all of my modules. They're in the kernel package. So it's not like the T2 build is disabling module support. But I think maybe where you're coming from, where you might be right, is T2's initRD generation being hobbled because of that kernel option? But it doesn't say anything here about if I use a custom config. Like, it doesn't say, by the way, modules are going to be totally broken. But that's why I want to look at, if I go build SPARC, where are these packages? Oh, no, I wanted ISOFS. Right. So this is what I was looking at earlier. So if I go here, let me just copy the initRD here so I don't mess it up. Right. This is okay. This is a dumb way to do it, but I'll just do it this way. I don't think it's a kernel config option. It's something that the initRD tool would need to know. So if I do CPIO, what was it? Were IDM the relevant options? Yeah, IDM. I may as well add the V, whatever. Right. If the T2 config had a thing that was like, use my config, but then assume I still am using module support in my kernel. Okay, clearly this isn't the right option. There should be a CPIO archive at this point. Yeah, so how do I extract -I? Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay. CPIO -IDMV. It takes standard in. Okay, so this is my initRD. Wow, it has stuff like lib and lib64. It's actually more than I would. Oh, this must be the shell you get. Okay, yeah. That is my kernel. I mean, yeah, there's file systems. There's XFS. Sorry. I don't remember, is it called ISO? There's ISOFS. There's UDF. Oh, that's interesting that they're all .zst.zst. Is that a problem? That doesn't look right to me. Okay, so my kernel config compresses the modules. What if the initRD builder in T2 is then also compressing the modules and I'm getting them double compressed? Because that's not right. Right? If I go into FS overlay FS, right, that's clearly going to be a compressed file. If I uncompress it, I get another. Yeah, that's what's happening. It's okay. It's double compressing them. Glad we got to the bottom of that. I can live with that as an explanation of what's been happening here. So, good. We can deal with that in our own way. Let me keep doing what I was going to do here, which is, do I care about the patch? I should, just to be good. Okay, we do have xzcat. Let's go. Where was this? T2 source download? Yes. Kernel. No, just Linux. Mirror. What is the file structure here? Oh, I didn't think I did this before, but I guess I did. Okay, 6.17.1. And this is a patch. Okay, it's a makefile b make, so it's going to be a P1. So I can do Linux, and I can do patch dash P1, and I need to do this into that. Oh, but I'm in a different directory now. Does the S7 fall under the T2 SPARC architecture model? SPARC name is kind of confusing to me. Yeah, so you can think of the S7 as the T7 chip. At some point along the lines, they re-merged their M and T processor lines. So there is still actually an M7, but then the S7 is actually just I think it's like half the number of cores as the M7. So the S7 is the Niagara 7 architecture, or microarchitecture. Or, well, I don't want to start throwing around words that mean things and use them incorrectly, but the original T1 chip was the Niagara processor. And then the T2 came along, of course, that was Niagara 2. So yeah, we're up to Niagara 7, and that's what the S7 processor is. Okay, what was I doing? I was patching the kernel. Right. So now let's copy in my not S7, T2. Again, I told you the machine name and the Linux distribution name have been breaking my brain. So I can do config spark linux config to .config. And I mean, this should just be the exact config version already, but we'll double check that. So that's actually really interesting that that's showing up as a new option, but this isn't the module config, but that's neither here nor there. But whatever, we'll just take that. Why are these showing up as options from this config? Oh, and we all of a sudden have... Where did preempt dynamic come from? Anyway, okay, I'm really confused as to why... Something's not right here. Something's not right here. Let me go back to... Yeah, let's go back to this system. This was 6.17.1. Okay, so let's recopy this to T2 dev. What am I doing wrong here? S7 Debian. Because I called it T2 SDE. Yeah, of course. No, I'm not root. Oh, because of course the home directory has a directory called config. Okay. So back over here. There shouldn't be any new options here, right? That's so weird. I just heard a ding. What happened? Ah, Haunted Abbey. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Oh! I'm running this on an x86 box. I have to tell the kernel what architecture I'm actually trying to make a config for. Okay. How do I do that? Yeah, wrong target. I'm like, this isn't making any sense at all. This should already be a complete 6.17.1 config. Yes. Okay, what's the... do you remember... Is it an environment variable or is it an argument on... I really don't do a lot of cross compiling stuff, so I don't know this off the top of my head. Make config. You know how? Yeah, if you could just drop the command. Oh, start a T2 builder with a V and stop it when it's configured. No, I think there's... Then do it again in debug. I want to... I just want to do it here for the moment. Linux make menu config different architecture. Yeah, so just arch equals... Let's try that. Actually, let's do make old config arch equals. I think it's just SPARC. Okay, that's better. Right, so if I say make menu config now, I should get the config for SPARC, not x86. Okay. So I am looking for the option where modules are initfs. Okay, initramfs. All of these compression methods. And is it under... Oh, I think it's under general setup somewhere. Config. initramfs. That's fine. Where do you even enable modules? General architecture dependent options? No. It's not processor type. It's not bus options. It's one of those options I always see. Oh, here we go. Enable loadable module support. And module compression. No. Or do I need it enabled, but I need... Yeah, no, I just have to disable it. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I want. I do need module compression support because obviously the kernel has to be able to build the compressed modules from T2, but I don't want Linux. I don't want the make script or the make file to compress them. So this should be correct. Do I need this? That's weird. I'll turn it on. That sounds like it'd be a good idea. Okay. Enable. Okay, so now I should be able to go back. I copied a new config, so sunvdc is already back to a module. Okay. Copy.config to user source T2 source config SPARC Linux config. Yes. Okay. I have high hopes that this will be better. Yeah, let's do it. T2 build target 2 Linux. Okay. I hope, let me make sure my chat client is running. Yeah, good. Okay, my chat client's running because I need to go back through and grab these, the note about these debug commands, Luke, because yeah, I can see how that's helpful, right? It lets you actually see in the environment that's being built what it's doing. That will definitely come in handy troubleshooting package builds here in the future. Okay, what are we on? This is ISO number 6. 6th time's the charm. That's what they always say. Okay, where are we over here? We stopped it. We can unbind S7-2. We can RM that, and then we're just waiting for the new ISO. Which, with the reduced module set, does not take too long to rebuild the kernel here. Tors 42. Let's go. How's it going? Trying to see if I have anything interesting to show you guys while we're waiting, but not really. Oh, actually, here, maybe this. A good friend of mine, his father used to work for Cray. So I have a classic Cray research mug. And whoops, for some reason they also had Cray Research branded shoelaces. So I have Cray shoelaces, which is kind of cool. I don't know that I ever put them on shoes. I suspect I would just keep them as a kind of cool artifact. So yeah, It's hard to get pictures of because of it's so reflective, but good old Cray. Oh, lucky number 7. Yeah, that's true. We might have to get to ISO number 7 for it to really work and have our luck our luck change here. The big name in supercomputers. I also have it doesn't have any relevant documentation in it, but I have an old UNIVAC binder. Yeah. So I can find old documentation at some point and put it in the UNIVAC binder. Whoa, whoa. I almost just knocked over a ton of stuff over on that shelf. Okay, that build finished. Another build target command besides -v is no clear source, which will keep the sources even if it completes. Oh, cool. So yeah, so then you can go in and see the full log and all the sources and then run that debug environment to tweak it. That's cool. Okay. We got Linux. And now, with luck, we will not have double compressed modules. And then basic things like ISOFS should load successfully from our init.rd. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, if you want to just tweak the Linux build slightly, you could keep the sources around, go back in, make menu config, make a small tweak to the config, and then I assume just build it again, and then it can. Well, so I guess if I were to do that, how would it then continue on to make the package? Is there basically a way to say remake the package from this existing like built source directory? In any case, we don't need to worry about that for now because we have our streamlined system here. Mastic Warrior, this is building on a VM that I have 32 VCPs assigned to. It's a Xeon Gold 6242. But part of the reason it's fast is because this is a custom kernel config that I've made for my SPARC system that has hardly any features and modules enabled. It's just the modules needed for my specific hardware. Oh yeah, no, once I have a working system, I would just be building my tweaked kernels just directly on that SPARC box and installing them and rebooting into my modified kernel. So that's a nice, quick, tight development loop. Okay, where was I? We did that. We need to create ISO now. And this is ISO number 6. Got it. Okay. Back over here. I should really just do this in a separate window, but that's okay. We should be able to copy this guy over. All right. Number 6. And number 6. I wonder if there's a distro with only what's needed to run in VirtualBox. Probably not in terms of an installation ISO, but a lot of the distros now create what they'll call their cloud image. And so Debian, all of the Red Hat derivatives, Ubuntu, OpenSUSE, Tumbleweed, they make cloud images, which are pre-installed hard disk images that are then meant to be deployed in cloud providers, but you can also use them just as the hard drive image to start with for a VM. And they do tend to be a nice small distribution that is trimmed down to not support all of the real physical hardware that you would never have in a VM. And in fact, as a little side note, if you go to my GitHub, I haven't updated this for a while. I should update for the new versions. But I have this thing you can run on Linux called VM Provision, instant local Linux VM provisioning. And it prompts you with some dialogues here. You can pick the distribution you want. And these are just ones where I've just hard coded in the cloud image download URLs for these distros and these versions. And then I have a little dialog that will end up creating a cloud init config file. And cloud init is a whole system on Linux that lets your VM environment, so again, typically your cloud provider, but you can do it yourself, to seed some configuration into the unconfigured pre-installed system. So you can give it an IP address, you can set up an initial user and SSH key. So essentially, you can run this little script that I wrote, and it will create a new VM for you as a clone of one of those cloud images, set up a cloud init so that you're able to then just SSH into it. And it's pretty quickly able to then just, like I said, nearly instantly, it needs to download the image. I haven't updated it for a couple of years. And my, let's see, YouTube mainframes and more with Matthew is my YouTube channel. I have a video about that whole system and using those cloud images for local VMs here. So instant local Linux VMs with QEMU KVM. I think I have a command. Oh, and then yeah, my even more ancient flight sim stuff. But that's the mainframes and more with Matthew. So if you are curious about that, I have a video about how that script works or what it does. All right, where were we? We are starting this up. So LDOM start S7-2. I'm fairly confident we will have modules this time. Yep. And survey says, yes, we're in. Okay. So we are back to the point. We are now running what are we running here? I don't remember if I've disabled. So this is whatever. Let's just see if it works before we worry about what we're even running here. So I should be able to say makefs.ext4 dev vdisk a3. This is more promising. That worked. Okay. So this is really interesting. So this is why I was trying to figure out what we've tried already and where we are now. Luke, that's why I didn't know T2 does uncompression for modules. Yeah, it must be doing it on its own, and then assuming that, the kernel build itself didn't compress them. But that's good to know. Obviously, we've made that work. So we have already tried 6.17.1 T2, and this build has all of the patches from T2, except for that one scroll back because we disabled the local video support in the config. And so, yeah, so it's something in the config that's getting enabled that is triggering the bug in the Sun VDC driver. So how would we go about, given how little is enabled in my config and how much is probably enabled in the T2 config? Yeah, it's we don't have else mod here, but yeah, Sun VDC is back to being a module. It's not built into the kernel. So it's loaded from the init RD. Because I copied the config from my Debian system again, a clean copy, and then that's what we brought up with menu config. Yeah, we redid the config. So do we have find installed? Yeah, find user lib. Well, it'd be lib modules grep sun VDC. Yeah, so we can confirm that's a module here. Yeah, have you tried turning it off and on again? Well, we're on ISO number 6. So yeah, I'm guessing, Goldie, we've turned it off and on 6 times now. Linux Power, yeah, getting to be sleeping time for you. Well, yeah, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. I think slowly but surely we are making good progress here, and that we are narrowing in on the potential source of the problem. But yeah, at this point, I don't know how we would comb through and try and isolate. Yeah, without ls mod, there is both in proc and sys, but I think we can look at modules here. Yeah. So yeah, you don't need a lot for the system. Sun VDC is the VM disk services, and then yeah, VNet common is to hook up to the virtual switch, and then it dynamically loaded ISOFS to mount the installer here. So at this point, just because we haven't done it yet, we should just be able to install T2 on this domain now. So I think swap should already be, we'll just create a swap file system to be safe. We already created it, but let's let the installer recreate the file system. Out of curiosity, I'm going to do XFS this time. Yeah, okay, so that worked without any errors. Indian clean mount. Yeah, okay. Install the system. We will do number 6. I think you might have more chance fixing it if you install now and then work from fast. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It won't compile quite as quickly, but it'll be fast enough for the small config. So I'm curious because when I built this ISO, I only had the base system config. Is this going to try and install a bunch of packages, or just full install really just mean install all the packages that are on the ISO? Okay, it looks like it's not trying to install the packages that I didn't actually build the ISO with. My system should have... Yeah, we'll see if the T2 installation directory actually comes over. I don't know if I needed to enable something to include that. By the way, the reason I used install-text instead of install with the dialogues is because this LDOM virtual console over Telnet is very marginal. And when I was using the dialogue-based installer over it, like arrow keys were producing garbage characters and it wasn't letting me go to the steps. So anyway, if you happen to be installing T2 in an LDOM using the virtual console, use the text-based installer. Okay, auto-created FS tab, that's good. Press enter. Password. Sure, I can do that. Yeah, and honestly, this text-based method works just as quickly and easily as the dialogues, I think. It's whoever put this all together did a really nice job. Okay, we're looking for probably Los Angeles will be the West Coast time zone. Yeah. Sure, I assume that's about right. Do I want CUTF-8 or I may as well go EN-US UTF-8. EN-US. Why am I not seeing it? EN-108. Ah, thank you. There it is. Okay, yes. Whoa. What was that in? No. Oh, that was weird. Whatever. It looks like it accepted it. Okay. Installing for SPARC 64 IEEE 1275. Finished. No error reported. Yeah, I know Y means Y default, but what was the stray in up here? I certainly didn't say no to that question, but yeah, I just did enter and it took the default. Okay, I think that worked. Yeah, there's that in again. And if I just type Y, nothing happens. Oh, is that what it's saying? It's a Y versus N, and so I just select what I want and then I hit enter. Okay, that makes sense. Yep, ETH0. Yeah, you're right. When I hit in, it doesn't immediately do it. It moves my selection, and then I hit enter to accept it. So I need to figure out what IP address this gets. Where's this box in my network is the first question. It's on the same, yeah, okay. Let me look at what IP addresses I have here. This should be 87. S7. Okay, so we can do dot 16. 192.168.87.16 is S7 T2. 192.168.87.16/24. I typed in 87, right? Yeah, 87. Okay, 87.1. 42.2. 64.2. This is going to be S7 T2. Have I been putting these under? Yeah, lab.matlisten.org. Okay. That's good. Create a key pair. That's good. LDM, each section needs its own IP. Yeah, I mean, they're basically independent computers. So you can create a virtual switch. So I have a virtual switch that's tied to the physical interface on the machine that's plugged into my network. And then each LDOM has a network connection to the virtual switch. And then it's just on the network. Yeah, let's see if this kexec kload reboot works on SPARC. Oh, it's just doing a real reboot. Okay, that's fine. Okay, boot What did I call it? Disk 0? Okay, so far so good. Is this using my kernel? Oh, presumably it just symlinked it into VM. Okay. Do it. Seems to be working. Awesome. Okay. So I should be able to SSH to that IP address. 192.168.87.16. Okay, a little bit too optimistic there. Let's go back and look. Oh, unknown statement and config file. That's weird. Yeah, but you're right. Unknown statement. Well, so the problem is, but yeah, see, like, here's some of that virtual console weirdness. Stone is going to have the same problem, but if I'm careful, if I just use the numbers, 3, enter, 5, enter. Oh, you know what happened? I know what happened. Okay, I need to exit this because this isn't, this is going to mess up. But if I go, so the default during that install process, the default, was IP whatever. I just typed in the IP address. I need to actually include IP space the name. Yeah, reset will work here. So where is there a file for ETH0? Where are these network configs? Is there a stone-text? Ah, there is. Okay, that'll work. Network configuration. Edit that guy. Right, so this needs to be IP that. That needs to be gateway that. And then was it name server spelled out like that? Oh, and that's not even the right. I mistyped that address. Let me do that again. Name server 192.168.42.2, 192.168.64.2. Okay. Now restart network init script. There we go. So now I can SSH into it. Yes, I can. Very good. Yeah, that's what I thought. It doesn't copy over the whole thing. So I don't know where that Linux config would be. Well, I mean, the config would be, it probably, yeah, I've got my K config here. Yeah, okay. So there is a very, very, very important note that it took me way too long to find that needs to be far more prominent in the documentation, but I haven't, like I said, I'm brand new to T2, so I've just been figuring all this out as I go. But yeah, if I T2 up, that'll do a subversion update. Oh, I need to be root here. If I go back over to the website for T2 Linux, and if I say, what a typical new user would do, which is to read the installation documentation, which I don't even see here. Anyway, oh yes, installation. Optical media. Yeah, there you go. Okay, right. Preparing, installing, post installation. After the package, blah, 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 blah. Cross your fingers. Right. Anyway, yeah. So there is a knowledge base article which has very important steps that aren't in the documentation. But you go to documentation and you go to knowledge base, and then you look at fresh install 101, and then you yes, rebuilding vital packages with known cross compilation issues. So these packages aren't in the installed system when you have built your cross compiled system, which pretty much all of them are cross compiled systems. So you need to install these packages for, like, these are build prerequisites for a huge number of packages. And as far as I can tell, T2 doesn't pull in build dependencies for packages, so these don't get pulled in automatically, and most packages fail for one reason or another if you don't have, well, I shouldn't say most, but obviously a lot of packages use Python or Perl. Right, I'm thinking things like OpenSSL needs Perl for its config system, all those kinds of things. So anyway, the first thing you do on a new system, this is just all a long way of saying, make sure you read the sort of fresh install 101 knowledge base article instead of the documentation. And once we have that, we should just be able to see how long it takes to build all of these things. And then if you're actually wanting to, build a whole system and cross-compile like I did from x86 for the base package selection to SPARC, there are a number of other prerequisite packages that you'll want to install so that things like Rust ends up being built correctly and some other things. But one of the folks in the Discord shared with me his script for setting up a new build server. And I just installed all those packages, and then I was able to, there was what you actually have to tweak the Rust package as well for some bootstrap thing. But once I got all those in, the complete base package selection for SPARC cross-compiled successfully. So I guess this is all just a long way of saying the main thing to not get super frustrated with nothing working right building T2 out of the gate is you have to manually install build dependencies. Once you know that, you're off to the races, and it appears to work well. And if you do get a build failure, you check the log. It's often just because your host system that you're building on doesn't have it, and it'll be obvious. It'll be like, oh, command scons not found. It's like, oh, I'll install the scons package, and then that build works. So just be aware that you are responsible for build dependencies. Okay, so while that's doing, yeah, I know Rust on SPARC, and T2 seems to successfully, in fact, even cross-compile the Rust compiler for SPARC. If I make another window here and SSH back into, let's see if it actually got installed as part of the installed package set. Yeah, it's there. Yeah. So I'm not a big Rust user, but that's cool that that worked. Although, I mean, I know it makes sense because I know one of the things that Renee has spent a lot of time on was getting the Firefox build working for particularly big Indian architectures, which the SPARC falls under. And I think Firefox pretty heavily uses Rust now. So got to have Rust to build Firefox. We have a top. Oh, this is actually, it's one of the few distributions I've seen that mounts procfs with the hide PID 2 option, which for a shared multi-user Linux system, I think is a good default. Like, other people don't need to just easily see what commands I'm running, what command line arguments I'm passing them, and all that stuff. But anyway, you need to be root to actually see all the processes on the box. So yeah, I think it'd be nice to see that as a default in probably more Linux distros, and then people can opt out of it if they want to open up the full process list to all users. Cool. Okay, what are we doing here? We are waiting for build prerequisites to build. Okay. Although honestly, we probably could have gotten to building kernels without these, but again, it's better to have these than to not have these. We'll miss them eventually. Oh, hey, there you go, Luke. Yeah, this one picked, not surprisingly, US mirror again. So I bet, because remember, I'm using the 25.10 release tag here, which was kernel 6.17.12, I want to say. But then I pulled in just kernel 6. What did I say? 6.16.12. I just pulled in 6.17 from trunk. I bet if we go back and use my small config, kernel config, with the kernel 6.16 package, it'll still work. Let's see. So the way we reproduce the problem is by trying to make a file system on a 120 gig disk. If I'm rebuilding the kernel here, I obviously don't want to reformat my root. I'll need to attach an additional disk to this VM, to this LDOM, and then we can test that way. Because I'm not sure just limited file reads, just basically from booting the system, would reproduce that error reliably. But trying to do the makefs definitely did reproduce the error. I can also, so the backing disk for this LDOM is a ZVol. So once this finishes, I should shut this machine down. Well, maybe I'll get more of the build environment set up, but I can shut the machine down. I can snapshot the volume that is backing this disk. And then if we do end up getting file system corruption by going back to a broken kernel, we can just easily recover from that. Because back here on, let's see, so this is the console session for that machine. So I can disconnect from that console. Now I'm back on the Solaris machine. Yeah, so this is the hard drive backing storage for that LDOM. Clapton brackets and Arch Linux EC2 should be pretty fast. The files are already on the server. Yep. Yep, good old AWS. All right. Okay, that's Perl done. On to Python. Check config default. Oh, yeah, we can look into Yeah, I don't think Linux config dot gets dropped here. Well, right. If I turn on the export option again, though, it's just going to create a new empty linux.config for me. That doesn't show me the Linux config that it produces automatically. So my question is, can I... Yeah, I have my running config. I have my running config here. But I want to know... I mean, basically, I have to start with whatever config T2 is creating during the kernel build. And then I want to start turning things off from there or modifying things from there. I guess I don't know how to narrow in at this point on which config option is triggering this behavior. Oh yeah, I mean the diff is going to be massive. It's going to be... How many lines is the kconfig? Right, 3063. Right. The diff is going to be 2,900 lines. And the thing is, it's not going to be... I mean, the bulk of the drivers, like drivers for hardware I don't have, aren't going to trigger this bug. So it could just be one of the more general options not under device drivers. So we can ignore most of the device drivers that are enabled. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not that weird that it works with this config because this config works for me on other Linux distros. But the other, like, again, Gentoo and Debian, their whatever config they're using, their full configs also worked. At least worked well enough to install, format the file system, install, and then I pretty quickly built my own kernel with reduced config. But given how easy it was to reproduce just by trying to format the file system with this config, right? If the same thing was wrong in Gentoo or Debian's config, I suspect I would have seen it pretty quickly. Right? So there's clearly some bug somewhere in the kernel interacting between something that T2 is setting versus in conjunction with the Sun VDC. Right, like it should be safe for T2 to turn on any kernel config option it wants and not break the Sun VDC driver. Right, it's not a bug in T2, it's a bug in the kernel, but we're obviously triggering it by some interaction of config options in the kernel config. Because at this point, while I'm running with a greatly reduced config, I am running with all of the T2 kernel patches. right? So I don't think you can directly point at a T2 kernel patch and say that's what's causing the problem. Again, unless there's some even weirder interaction where it's one of T2's kernel patches that uh, is then introducing a problem that introduces this interplay between Sun VDC and some other option that's being set. But that's, that's even more speculative. Right, and so that's what I'm thinking, right? T2 might be turning on some option in the kernel config that neither Debian nor Gentoo do. Or it's one of those options for things like default page size, where, right, maybe T2 is setting a different value there, and the Sun VDC driver is sensitive to that. Okay, this all finished. So now that I'm on the real target system, can I build a package without installing it? If I say T2 build Linux, that builds it without installing it, right? Trap, that's a good question. I haven't grabbed the full default config from either of those to compare to T2's default config. That diff might be a little smaller than comparing against my config, so it could be a little easier to run through, but do the -v, let it config trick I said earlier. Right, so remind me, let me scroll up here. Another build target command besides -v is -no clear source. Then do it in debug. Start a T2 build for 2 Linux again with -v and stop it when it's configured. So does it just prompt me? So now that I'm on the machine, I don't do 2-Linux, right? I just do Linux at this point. Is that correct? Before I hit enter here. Oh, so I just wait to see a config and then I hit Control C. Okay. So even doing build installs stuff, even if I don't say install. In any case, I'll just run this and see what happens. Okay, so this is back to 6.16.9. We expect that. And what? Oh, do I need to do a download step first? Build doesn't do the download. Okay. So if I just say download Linux, it should just download that. Yeah. Okay. ZFS, rock kernel driver, rockm. Oh, it's probably just downloading potential related. Yeah, whatever. Your mirror doesn't still have the kernel package from the 25.10 release. Okay, build. Reading, building. How do I know when it's configured? I'll say it shouldn't take that long to configure, so I should probably just Control C soon. when you start seeing CC a lot. I don't think the -v is actually -ving. Did it need to be before the package name? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So I put the -v in the wrong place. Now it's showing me extracting. There we go. Patching, applying patch. Redefining version. Okay, now it's doing its config. Yeah, so it's building everything. Probably have 2 folders that work now. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, configuration finished. We'll let it clean up. There we go. Okay, now it's building. Yeah, so this was 160.849. Okay, so if I run debug, I get into a shell with, I guess, what the last step was, but really we just want, I just want to make menu config in here and take a quick look. I mean, yeah, what's going to break here? So let me do, whoa. Oh, yes, this is the correct architecture because we're native on this box. You're out. All right. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good evening. What was I want to do here? Let me go to, actually, it doesn't matter where I go. Let me go to S7 Debian. Okay, these are slightly different versions, but shouldn't make too much of a difference. So that's all fine. That's all fine. It's not going to be a BPF thing. Okay, voluntary versus preemption, but that's not going to make the difference. Core scheduling for SMT isn't really going to be used. You don't need this. Yeah, it's disabled by default, but whatever. CPU accounting, not a problem. CPU isolation, yeah, we're not making expert adjustments there. I turn on config support. He doesn't. That's fine. Kernel headers, slightly different. Yeah, kernel log buffer size isn't going to trigger I/O problems. Scheduler, nothing interesting there. C groups. I probably have more C groups enabled, but that's not going to be relevant. Namespaces. Again, I don't see any of this being relevant to the I/O. I don't think, yeah, I don't turn that on, but I just am not seeing how any of these kinds of options. We're doing optimized for performance. That's what I do. Oh, thank you. No, I haven't done the backup yet. Kernel performance and event counters. Yeah, that's fine. Profiling, whatever. K-exec, nothing. Okay. Processor type and features. SMP 128. It's fine for the VM, but that would actually be exactly what I would need for the host hardware or from a Power 8 machine. Timer frequency. Some timing related problem with the I/O. I don't know. That could be an interesting one to try changing, see if it affects anything. Early boot text console, hot pluggable, sure. CPU frequency scaling. Yep, that's all. It's all the same. Yep, good enough. SPARC 3 memory, NUMA. I mean, hibernation. I don't think that's going to break it, but I don't use hibernation. You won't resume. These are all, I guess, hibernation related. Okay, power management. Energy model, SMT multi-core. Okay. Yeah. Sun logical domain support. That's us. And then just these miscellaneous miscellaneous. Yeah, I don't think these modules would break anything. Architecture dependent options. Nothing interesting here. No LTO, no LTO. 8K MMU page sizes, same time. And yeah, that's not going to be anything interesting. So nothing there. Obviously, module support is enabled. Unloading. I'm sure version support, whatever. That's interesting that the module compression support is entirely disabled here, as is allow loading of modules. Oh, they're not compressed at all. So they're only compressing in the init.rd, not in the installed package. But the kernel gets built without whatever. It must work. That's interesting. Oh, it's not. That's funny. I changed the screen size on it after I. There we go. That should be safe. Make menu config. Okay. Block layer. Yeah. Allow writing zoned. I don't know what zoned block device support is. Yeah, I don't imagine that's interfering with anything. Debugging info. I have that enabled. Okay. No Opal. I mean, yeah, it's not going to be a partition types problem. IO schedulers. Well, they're all built as modules. That's probably fine. It's not going to be executable file formats. What's this? Memory management. Swap. That's interesting. I don't have these options in my 6.17 kernel. And that's because I don't turn on compressed cache for swap pages. I bet if I do... Yeah, okay. Interesting. Slab allocator options. Yep. Page, sparse memory, balloon memory. Low address space to protect from user allocation. 4096 here, but 8192 here. Transparent huge page support. Okay. What do I want to do here? So how do I... X out of the debug. And... Oh, I have 3 now. Okay. Let's get a little closer to apples. Let's bring in the 6.17.1 kernel here. And again, the only way I know how to do this is by doing this. So what I'll do here is I'll build a 6.17.1 kernel with the T2 config again this way. We'll shut this machine down, take the snapshot, attach another disk, boot back into the now natively built T2 6.17.1 kernel, try and format the disk, and make sure the problem still reproduces. If it does still reproduce, I mean, it'd be interesting if it doesn't, but I'm going to assume it still reproduces because we've basically tried with T2's built 6.17.1 kernel already. If the problem reproduces, then we can start. We'll pull over this custom config or start with the T2 config as our custom config, start changing some of those options. Yeah, I'm going to shut down in a middle kind of intermediate step here. And then we'll see what happens. Okay. So if I now go back to, oh, okay, good. I didn't give it the name I wanted, but it didn't overwrite my directory, which was good. So I'm going to call that T2 trunk. I'm going to go to T2 source, package, kernel, move Linux to Linux old. Is rsync in the, yeah, okay. And then we'll just do it this way for whatever reason. So T2 trunk, package, kernel, Linux. Might be using that snapshot a lot instead of a different ISO, but this might be easier. Yeah, we'll see. The build with all of these modules enabled, which I mean, I can, well, I don't want to make too many changes at the same time, but the build with all the modules enabled will definitely take longer on the SPARC machine than doing the cross compile, I bet. So, but we'll try it and see. So let's grab that package now to here. So this is now 6.17.1. Okay. And at this point, let me clean up those 6.16 directories or whatever they were, because we'll want to get a new config from 6.17, which I think I'm going to, yeah, I'll do that first. So let's go. What do I want to do here? I want to do T2 build -v Linux. Oh, download the new file. Thank you. Yeah, no such file. Okay. So build will actually install the package even though the command is build and not install. Okay. Configuration finished. Clean up. There we go. I don't need debug at this point. I can just go into Linux. That was 16.2.6.2.5. There should be a config here. There is. Okay, so let's copy config to user source. This is going to be T2 Linux 6.17.1.config. Clean this up, shut it down, snapshot it, and then install this. Do I have other sessions open to it? Yeah. S7-2, yeah. Scripts image package versus build package and the old way of doing things. Interesting. Okay. We don't need that window. What's over here in number 2? This is S7 Debian. Am I done with Debian? Let's close that window. Okay, and then that's the host. That's my old build. So let's shut down -H. Right. Has it shut down? Yes, it has. Okay. So at this point, it should be safe. We should have a good image here. That's going to be at, I don't know, working. All right. And then let's create another 128 gig volume at disk 1. Oh, I don't have 128 gigs left. I mean, it could be, I don't need the reservation, but whatever. We'll do, just so that we're not, again, changing too many variables. I'll do a full reservation. Okay. Perfect. And I want to add it to my, so this is going to be LDM add vds dev zval disk dpool LDOMs S7-2 disk 1, and that is going to be named, what was my naming convention here for these things? I think probably S7 T2 disk 1 at primary primary VDS 0. Good. And then we add the device to the domain. Oh, am I going to need to unbind it to change it? 7 T2 add, disk 1. Oh, it lets me do that even though it's bound. So you can dynamically list bindings 7T2. Yep, disk 1. Okay. By the way, Dennis went out for a walk, but if he happens to watch this part of the recording later, even the virtual disk definitions to the VDS server, not even just the domains, you have to remember to save those back to the to an SP config. Otherwise, so they survive reboots of the SPARC 7 server, but they don't survive power off, power on unless you save the complete config of all of your domains back to the service processor. So if I were to power the machine off right now and power it back on, it would lose both this binding, but also the actual definition of this disk to the virtual disk server. Obviously, the zval would still be there, so you could add it back in, but just a trap for these logical domains. It doesn't automatically synchronize the configuration to the service processor. You always have to do it once you're happy with the state. That also means if I were to save it right now, it would save it with the fact that S7 Debian is active. So even if I then shut that domain down, unbind it, everything, next time I power off, power on the SPARC server, it would just start this domain right back up. Which again, if you want these things to auto start because they're, production services or something, that's a good thing. But you just always need to remember to get the domains in the state you want them to be in when you next power on the machine, before you shut down the machine. And get them in the state you want them, save them to the service processor before you shut down the machine. So we have the new disk. We have the snapshot. Let's start that back up. I still have auto boot false, so we'll need to connect to the console and just tell it to boot again. That's fine. LDM start S7-2. Okay, does this have a probe SCSI all? Yeah, there's nothing really on the SCSI bus, but okay, yeah, there's an extra disk now, so that's fine. So boot disk 0 back in T2 Linux. Perfect. What failed? Oh, dev ZRAM 0. Well, yeah, I didn't build my kernel with ZRAM support, so that is acceptable. Have you not figured out that it dropped yet? I did not type that correctly. Okay. Good. So we have the config here. So, right, before we do anything else, we're going to build the way T2 wants to build it. So that's going to be T2 install Linux. Eight iOS BIOS. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So I don't necessarily believe that it's 1 hour 42 minutes. I don't think I've done the force bin utils rebuild yet, so I don't know that these timings are accurate, but this may take a while. I'm not sure how long I want to just sit here and wait for this on stream. Anything else anyone want to talk about? Anything else anyone want to talk about while we wait? You know what? This is going to bug me, and I'm kind of curious. I'm going to control C out of this. I'm going to T2 clean. And then is it T2 install dash F bin utils? Not, by the way, that this is going to be a really great metric to correctly calculate these time estimates, but this is the Linux from scratch sort of compile time unit metric. But I'll be curious to see if it reduces that 1 hour 42 minutes time estimate. I was going to even bin utils should not take 6.5 minutes to build here. Then again, this isn't actually that fast of a machine. You know, the workloads here, it's more meant for spreading out multi-threaded workloads that don't really need, you know, that much single-threaded oomph. Ragtag, I've been in and out. Could you recap progress so far? Yes. So progress so far is if we build the T2 provided 6.17.1 kernel, but we use my kernel configuration, which is a very, very trimmed down minimal configuration. And then we've already seen, not just in terms of turning stuff off, but some different options for like timer frequency. And there was something there with memory as well. But anyway, using the T2 patch set, but my minimal kernel config, we don't encounter the bug. So I was able to build a T2 ISO with my kernel config install T2 on the SPARC LDOM, and it's working. So since it does not appear to be one of T2's patches that is causing the interaction that triggers the kernel module bug, it would appear to be something in the kernel configuration that is causing the bad interaction that's triggering the Sun VDC module bug. So yeah, Road GPA, I was just giving an update here. We're on a working question. We're on a working, I don't know how much of that answer you heard or if you came in halfway through the answer. But yeah, using a different kernel configuration, we're not able to reproduce that bug, at least not as easily as we could with the default configuration. So now I'm trying to figure out which of the 3,000 kernel configuration options is it, right? It's not going to be, we can assume pretty confidently that it's not going to be one of the thousands of hardware drivers that have nothing to do with this system. So I'm going to start just kind of more focused on some of these higher level general options. But what I'm going to try right now that we have a working native SPARC system, I am again just going to rebuild the T2 provided 6.17.1 kernel, let it use its default configuration, and make sure that we can, in fact, still reproduce the bug at that point. And then we'll go from there. So with all of that said, actually, before I let it build this, instead of necessarily always having to let me just make a backup of my installed working kernel. I think that's probably all the files I would want. Yeah, this way we might be able to just boot back into it. I'll be curious to see if this new kernel install actually removes my kernel, or will I get two grub boot options? Because ideally, I want my working kernel in grub, and then I want these new test kernels we're building in grub, so that assuming we don't run into file system corruption, I just want to be able to boot back into my working after we test if we can reproduce the bug in our test kernel builds. User source T2 source. Okay, so we rebuilt the bin utils thing. So now if I do a T2 install Linux, I don't remember what the form was broken at. Okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah, so it already reduced the time estimate to 40 minutes. I'm kind of hoping it's not really 40 minutes, but yeah, if you rename the working kernel now, you can always get back to it. Well, so right, that's what I'm thinking. My config added this MRW, so the new kernel that T2 is about to build should be called vmlinux-6.17.1-T2, no-mrw01. So I'm hoping it doesn't like uninstall my version, deleting all these files, and then install its new version. If it just puts in its new version that's just named that, then my old version will still be available. But I don't know, right? I don't know anything about how this packaging system works, so I don't know if that's actually what it's going to do. But that's why I made a backup first, because if nothing else, we can restore my version and add it back to grub. Okay. I'm getting hungry. I don't know if this is actually going to take 40 minutes or not, but it is going to take a little while because it is building pretty much every single driver in the entire kernel here. So I will probably call it a day as far as stream goes. I think I might override it, but you can just CP those still. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I can just copy my backups back in place and then generate a good grub config, and we'll be good to go. So cool, Luke. I assume, are you in the T2 Discord? Cool. Same name or similar name. Anyway, I'll give an update I'll give an update in the SPARC Sun channel if I get a little farther into this tonight. But yeah, I'll be curious to see. Like I said, at this point, I'm expecting this kernel build to still reproduce the bug, and then I'll start just changing kernel options and see if I can eventually figure it out. That'll be a bit tedious, but I think that's where we are. Oh, okay. Yeah. If we eventually figure out what's going on here, we can see if it's something that needs to be patched or what needs to happen. But hopefully, we'll be able to get there. I mean, eventually we will, right? It's at this point we've isolated it to the config. The config's a big area, but we're getting closer. Ragtag. So next stream is lots of toggling kernel modules. Yeah. Well, so what I'll probably do, because I don't want to sit here and have to wait for the whole, every kernel module under the sun to rebuild every single time I do this. I'm guessing it has nothing to do with any video drivers, right? And that's a big part of the kernel build time, is just the entire, what is it, DRI, DRM, Direct Render Manager stuff. So I'll probably just start by turning off large areas of the kernel config and then make sure the bug still reproduces. And that way I can at least get a kernel that builds more quickly. And then I can start doing some of the, these options that might have an impact on things, this timer frequency, some of the memory stuff, and then might be able to iterate a little more quickly that way. If turning off the entire video subsystem fixes the bug, that would be interesting to know as well, right? Like that's something I should then be able to A/B test and make sure that's really the case. But that's not going to be the problem. Those modules aren't being loaded at all on the running system, so they're not going to impact things. But I think I'll probably take the approach of, once I confirm that this build reproduces the bug, I'll just start disabling some large areas of modules to reduce kernel build time, make sure I can still reproduce the bug, and then really start attacking the options that might or might not have anything to do with the reproducibility of this. You can just not set a lot of stuff in the Arch SPARC 64 config in temporarily. Yeah, I'm not sure how the T2 automatic config system stuff works here. But yeah, I can look at that and see how that all gets glued together. But however mechanically I accomplish it, yeah, that's the plan. All right, so this is compiling away. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Not config.in. Hold on. Yeah, well, so okay, yeah. So I guess while you're here, before I drop off here, yeah, ragtag. I think it'd be hard. To set up, or let me put it this way: it would probably take as long to build a fully automated test driver for this than just hoping I get lucky and find the right options early on. Right, it'd have to be an external driver that is like almost automating the terminal or automating it from Solaris, because it's build the kernel with options changed, install the kernel, reboot the box, do the special test, see if it actually reproduces the bug, boot it back. So anyway, yeah, it's like difficult, probably not impossible if you glue together a lot of interesting tools, but probably not worth the effort at the moment. I will continue studying C. I want to say thanks for your service, Race. Oh, yeah. Good luck with your C adventures, road GPA. And then, yeah, so Luke, Spark and Spark 64 shared architecture, Spark, Linux Conf Info, yeah. Because, yeah, in the Linux kernel itself, I think it's always just referred to as the Spark architecture. Well, actually, I guess it's Spark 64 up here, but it's neither here nor there. It's just a matter of if you enable 32-bit or 64-bit in the config, I think. If you look in there, you can just turn off any config options you want. Interesting. Okay, so if I go into... that's the console. That doesn't work well. 16887 dot was the 16? Yeah. Architecture Spark. So there's the Spark and Spark 64, but it's a shared config. Linux.conf.m4. Okay, so this is basically the main template to build up the Linux config. So where does Linux block conf come from? Is that in this, or is that in a shared folder? Okay, so there's a bunch of shared stuff. Oh, sorry. See, so this is what I don't understand. If let's grep-r-i, like we know there's a config line for the Sun VDC driver, right? But that's not in any of these configs. So I think T2 must like first be doing a make def config to get default config, and then it's then supplementing the config with some more stuff. And there appears to be an automated tool that's like enable all modules, right? So all of the modules are getting enabled regardless of what is in these config templates. So this is, I guess, why I don't quite... I haven't looked yet, and I don't understand yet how the T2 package build is actually generating the real config that it's using. So for now, I will probably just stick with what worked over here, which is I'll grab the default config, and I will just tell T2 config to not configure the kernel at all and to use my config, because we know that works. But if you put config blah is not set, then that's not going to build. So does it then use these after to override? It's something that I have to play with. But I think for now it'll be easier for me, and I'll be sure that I know exactly what's happening if I just control the whole config myself. But I'll start with the config that T2 is automatically generating here. And then, yeah, someday I'll have to learn how this whole system works. But I think today is not the day for that. I think I'm going to focus on the problem at hand. And just see if I can do it this way that my brain currently understands. I suppose the README might actually teach me about it. Oh, I guess not much, but okay, yeah, config help. So the Spark 64 Linux conf will be the final override. Okay, so ultimately, if I find the config option, I can pull that relevant config option into that file, and that should be the solution. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, again, if this goes well, I will heavily pare down the kernel just so build cycle iterations are quicker. I will hopefully find the option that seems to affect this bug. And then I would take that option, I would restore the default config, and just put that one option in linux.conf.m4, do the whole build for real using the real T2 method, and obviously then let you guys know if that if I find the magic option. It's we'll see. This could be a difficult chase, but we'll see. I mean, then of course, right, ultimately the question is, well, then why would that option break the Sun VDC driver, right? Ultimately, this is probably a bug that needs to be investigated in the kernel itself. But that's probably above my pay grade. But but yeah, we won't know until we even know, what option might be involved here. Yes, Ryan, I'm still live. I think I'm just about to say goodbye here. In fact, is this kernel still building? Yeah, this kernel is still building. I need to get a snack, and I will be hanging out Pika should probably be going live soon. She's doing an emo night tonight. Her emo nights are really fun, but I know for a lot of people, like the 90s, 2000s emo music isn't necessarily your thing. But if you're interested in that, she's probably starting in like the next 10 minutes unless she's running late. But she'll be over there. I'll have that chat up over on my side monitor here while I sit here and keep working on kernel builds all night. So Luke, thank you so much for your help. I would not have been able to get this far without your help because I had no idea how to like just rebuild the kernels and stuff. So really appreciate it. And if I find anything interesting, I'll post a note in the Discord. But this could just be what I'm doing for the rest of the weekend. We'll see. So thanks everyone for being here. And let's see, I lost OBS. There it is. All right. Do I know anyone? I guess I should check if there's anyone off the top of my head we should raid, but yeah, no one. Oh, I mean, why not? I mentioned him earlier. Some people asked about the DJ community on Twitch. So let's go ahead and raid Giannis. Cool guy. Fun streams, good music. So I'll just send you over there for now. And I guess I'll see you next time I stream, but probably see some folks in Discord first. Thanks, everyone. I guess I have to start the raid and wait for it a bit before I can end stream. It's always awkward saying goodbye and then just sitting here. Let's see what he's up to. Yeah, 90s 2000 show. Good stuff. Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.